inside of the base and was able to teleport out. Monza died on his high ground, even though he made it out initially. DB now looks towards Jarim, won't really be able to take him out, as the Batrider. He's doing okay, I would say, but just about okay. Like, he's the least farmed core, has the boots of bearing though, so as soon as you have that one, you're going to be able to get quite a lot done. Fortitude has the Sanjin Kaya almost built up. And the Monkey King, he's making his position here. If he reveals himself to that creep wave, he might actually fall here. Fortitude is going to be able to jump in with that Vortex. Monza will not be able to activate that Wukong's command or even get off a bound. The strike at the end of it. They are coming in though with that Rod of Atos. Fortitude caught inside with the Ether. Remnant silenced down and will actually take a bow. Deco is also being chased in as he tried to come in that last second to help out a Storm Spirit. Realized that was a mistake, and now the Tiny Airlines is trying to fly out. But actually, maybe they want to go back in. With DB making his re-entry, Deco goes in with the Blink Dagger. Able to take out Olivie, but to still lose a second core. So for the side of Velocity Vikings, I'm not too sure if that was worth it, going back in. And now, even right now, you'd see Deco posturing aggressively. And he really should have, or rather, really ought to get back. I hope the volume at this point right now, guys, 16 minutes into the game is fine for you. Let me know if I need to increase the volume from my end. Let me know if I need to decrease it. I actually spilled tea on... Oh, I don't know what I thought. As the Wukong's command has been activated, which will push Velocity Vikings back. Monza able to create a buffer for his team, separating the two teams' positions. But I spilled tea on my mixer last night. And my new mixer, by the way. And it's busted. So I'm gonna get a new one today. Hopefully. And for the moment, I hope the sound is acceptable. Like, I'm actually listening back to the audio as I am casting, so it's kind of annoying that way. I never usually do this, but it sounds fine to me. I hope it's fine for you. As Deco doesn't look too fine, but DB, he'll be able to take out Jerem as Fortitude jumps in to save that Tiny. Will not be successful, but is able to find himself a double kill. And in the end, even he will go down, but Womi comes in with a lasso, drags away Monza, and they will be able to burn him away to a crisp. DB with a triple kill. As the army of Treants chase after the Viper in that position. Leon alongside the Viper trying to fight back will be successful. But the Viper will actually fall, able to dodge away so many of those hits. Spirit Vessel is not going to burn him away. He survives. We're at 20 HP. And now DB, he's stuck in between the three heroes. The misses on that high ground. How many hits did the Viper just survive at the back of? I don't know what that means. But I hope he's... You know, he's thankful for the RNG in that scenario. Azor, the Viper. Azor being his nickname. His account has a very interesting name. Probably not the best of names to compete with. But, Deco, he'll toss back the Viper. The Void Spirit will also go in as Deco, again, hits the deck. How many of you guys have seen Sweet Life on Deck? Zack and I think it's Adventures of Zack and Cody. Sweet Life on Deck. They have two shows. They have one on the... I think they're in a hotel or something like that. And then the other one is... they're on a cruise ship. And of course, it's a childhood show, right? It's a Disney childhood show. But if for those of you who like that kind of... that Drake and Josh and Keenan and Kel comedy, those were my childhood. You know, when I was growing up, those were the kind of shows I watched as a kid. But The original brain rot, I would say. But the good kind. You know, it's healthy brain rot. If there ever exists such a thing. Sometimes you need to get your dose of brain rot in. No, you don't. Don't listen to me, guys. I'm insane. Let's see what they will be able to do. Because for the moment, they have taken quite a few good team fights. Right, there you have the vessel up. Leon is going for the Aghanim Scepter. Will be able to get to that shortly. He only needs about 2 more components for it. The Monkey King has that Desolator almost built up. Mage Slayer plus Deso at around that 20-minute mark, or 20 and a half or 21 minutes. Not that bad. And the Viper has that Atos and will be able to get to that Aghanim Scepter. Applying that Nether Toxin as well as having the Nosedive is going to be a big factor in this game against the kind of heroes that want to jump you. The kind of heroes that want to get up close and personal. Sure, the Nature's Prophet has a high attack range, but he is going to be teleporting in. He is going to want to fight you and right-click you down. So too will the Batrider in a sense of the word, and as well as a Storm Spirit, right? All of these heroes are based on right clicks, and the Nosedive, the attack speed slow that you have, I'll have to hold that thought as it's going to be Womi, but Pula 2 has other plans. He wants to take out Olivi. Soulbind does come out, but it doesn't catch anyone. Womi will not be able to survive, but I have a feeling neither will Azor. He falls besides his 2 supports and was only able to find 1 measly Batrider. Deco, they saw or cut a whiff of Monza. Will not be able to catch him though. He'll be able to just teleport back to his top lane position. And they'll be able to pick up the Tormentor at the back of this. Juju takes out the neutral creep as the Tormentor goes down. Leon will get hit by the Vortex and will actually fall. Olivi is gonna get hit by that lasso and will fall, and the attack speed slow in this position is just simply, quite frankly, way too much. The hookshot also comes in as Monza jumps in with that string. Vomi will be the trade. And sure, they did take 2 heroes down. So it's actually a better exchange for Velocity Vikings, as a 13,000 Nature's Prophet exists for them. 11,000 net worth for the Storm Spirit, and again, late game, this lineup is better than the other side. Batrider scales suspiciously well, like, right? Batrider is sneakily well, I would say. It creeps up on you. And the late game Batrider, that's something you don't want to play against, because as the Soulbind targets 2 heroes, so does the lasso with an Aghanim Scepter. Right? That's always going to be a big factor. It's going to be Pota 2 who will jump in. Monza is going to be stock, activates his Wukong's command, but against that lasso can't really do much. Olivi is going to fall beside their carry, and he will be going down. Hmm.
With flair.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Glorious thanks.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Jaren. Oh, rather? It is Pota 2, or rather Juju, in trouble. I would imagine the Pota 2 just abandons the Jakiro, and yeah, he has the same idea, but gets hit by that silence. Monza may be able to land that Inkswell, but just barely outside the AoE of it. Pota 2 will be able to survive. In fact, he'll do much more. He'll jump in. He's inside of the cogs. He has that BKB and will decide to teleport out. And now the Monkey King goes in towards the Nature's Prophet. DB in a bit of a bind. Another Inkswell comes in, but the amount of damage coming in from the avalanche toss is a lot. Jaren is very low on his HP, and DB's Nature's Wrath will just take him out. And now Deco wants to go back in. Another avalanche, a clean smack from that Tiny will take out the Grimstroke. At the same time, Vomi has died. Pota 2 doesn't have a teleport any longer, and he's stuck. He is the guaranteed to fall in this position, but maybe not before he takes out the Viper as well as the White Spirit. And now a 3 versus 1 builds up as Monza gets hit by that Ice Path. Deco will go in with that information and does manage to find the toss. A full team wipe. And I would say that the MVP of this fight was Deco. He played absolutely perfect. Able to find all the right jumps, able to land that avalanche, that 4-man toss, that in that AoE damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Quite frankly, a bit too
Dire's
much.
middle tower is under attack.
Batrider is gonna drag back Olivie, who will go down.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Jakiro Juju is also going to be collected immediately. And again, not enough damage exists in this position. DB has that Mjolnir as well as the Silver Edge. Silver Edge against that Viper is huge to be able to disable his corrosive skin.
Dire's middle tower
Sure,
is
the...
under attack.
Actually, it's interesting, right? Because the Aghanim Scepter for the Viper upgrades his corrosive skin. That's why you get it. And the nosedive, to be fair. But the corrosive skin is a passive. So does the upgraded corrosive skin also get disabled by that break for about 6 seconds? Or 5 seconds? That seems like a really good counter, if I'm being honest.
Dire are scanning.
Warriors of the wood.
It's an Inkswell to disengage from this position. Monza, though, he will not be so lucky. He's just gonna get grabbed up by that lasso. Observer Ward catching the Monkey King. And now it's Leon as well as the backline. Pota 2 tried to snipe someone out, but no one was there. Activates his BKB, goes to work on that Viper who has that Glimmer Cape, so is gonna be able to survive for a little while longer. This tip, or rather pushing back Pota 2, who has to go back. Deco underestimating the time for that BKB, won't be able to land that avalanche toss, but now with DB showing up, that is a lost cause for the side of Pandava Lima. They will be losing the fight, and they will lose much more than that. They'll actually lose on their high ground too. Olivie, lost survivor is going to be the last casualty. And this game, I feel like, is coming to a close with these kinds of lost. With the last two team fights have just resulted in entire team wipes, right? Two team wipes back to back. In your pub games, it might not matter, but in a competitive scenario, in a tournament, that is a death sentence for your game. It is very difficult to recover from a scenario where the other side loses a support tiny, and you just get wiped out. That is not a good enough end result.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Monza will have the Inkswell and will be able to
Dire's
run
bottom
back.
tower has fallen.
Viper not going to be able to teleport in. As the Boundless Strike comes out on towards Quota 2, he does have that BKB. May actually go on forward, but the barracks, melee barracks still stand, so if they can actually take a fight here, but the problem is the Viper, he got hit by the lasso! He'll immediately fall. 3 heroes have gone down. Olivi on that backline will be collected, and the Monkey King within his Wukong's command, which has now expired, and he will be the last casualty. Monza will call GG as game number 2 also goes the way of Velocity Vikings. They wipe out Pandava Lima without breaking a sweat. Quite a bit of revenge for their previous series, which was yesterday, where Velocity Vikings did lose. They came up with revenge today. And we had CJ yesterday. Velocity Vikings were playing with a stand-in, so they had to shuffle their roster around. They were playing in different lanes. They also made the same adjustment here today, but DB, he was still playing a carry from that mid lane. And Pota 2, he was still playing a mid lane hero, or rather, he was still playing the mid lane from his safe lane. So in a way, Velocity Vikings were still sticking to their strengths, even though they were adapting to the requirements of that game, as that sneaky Viper pick, that cheese strat, was not successful. They were able to actually draft and play around it, which was very impressive from Velocity Vikings side. For Pandava Lima, though, this isn't the end of the journey. They, as I am taking, or rather, actually, they have now 4 series losses, so they do need a series win in order to actually be able to qualify towards the playoffs. Their next few series, I'm just taking a look at this, is going to be against Satan 666, which is a hard contender, and against Carstensz, which is also a hard contender. So it's going to be very difficult teams to actually win against next time around. I can only wish them the best of luck for Velocity Vikings, though. This was their 3rd series win overall, and they have 2 series losses. So I do believe they've played, or rather, no, they actually have to play against 2 more contenders. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. For now, guys, this was the first series. We have 2 more series lined up for you. We will be right back, or rather, actually, not right back. We will be back in about half an hour for the next series. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and I will see all of you then. Hey guys, welcome back to the cringe station Lunar Horse Trophy season number 7. Perhaps the best matchup in the tournament is going to be happening right now. Roar Gaming versus Carstensz. Carstensz, who are playing with one stand-in. Yeah, they are looking for a support player to actually play with. Against Roar Gaming, who are consistently playing really good. They're at the top of the group stage currently, but Carstensz have an opportunity to actually dethrone them from that position if they're able to come up with the win right now. If they're not going to be able to do that. We'll see what the case will be, as when we take a look at this draft, more and more teams are picking up the Drow Ranger. But for the Drow Ranger to actually come out this early on, that does seem a bit surprising to me. There's nothing on the other side that you want to counter out. Drow Ranger, though, with the Glacier especially, is very good at taking out that egg. That is always going to be a factor, but it's a support Phoenix. And at the end of the day, it's the Doom you have to be concerned about. Because the Willow will set up with the Bramble Maze, the Doom is going to be running at you. Now you even have a Keeper of the Light. And for Carstensz, they know that whatever draft is going to come out from Roar, it's always going to be a 4 protect 1 draft because of that Drow Ranger. So the Carstensz, even with the next pick, right, even with their last pick, they will probably target that Drow Ranger with their picks. Roar do have that living armor from the Treant Protector. You do have that long-range bushwhack that can come in, as well as the Acorn Shot and a natural 4-staff builder in the form of that Treant and Hoodwink. So I would expect that they build up some protection for this Drow, even against the Doom. But it will be difficult to actually do that. How will you adjust around that Keeper of the Light that's going to slow you down? Being played by Dreamocell of all players, he is just overall one of the more experienced players in the tournament, right? And even when we take a look at the Southeast Asian scene in general, he's still one of the more experienced players there. It will be, I would say, hard for them to be able to adjust around this, but we'll see what the case will actually be. For the moment, I will adjust my volume here now, ever so slightly. There we go. Roar Gaming come up with a Tidehunter, so they have that frontline buffer. They have that anchor to hold the Keeper of the Light down with once he gets his shard. Maybe even keep the Doom at bay. And with the Ravage, you have the Overgrowth. You have 2 very big AoE spells to actually lock Carstensz down with, but not great egg hitters. So it does feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure on this Drow Ranger's shoulders to be able to get those things done. We'll see if the Drow is going to be able to do that.
Dire team ban.
As
Radiant
for the
team
moment,
pick.
Last pick, as Carstensz have man out the Void, as well as the Queen of Pain, Ember, and Storm Puck, all 4 mid-heroes actually being banned here. None of the spirits are actually available. That's quite interesting to see. So who exactly will Butterfly Effect go for? The Slardar is open in the pool, but again, against the Queen of Pain, or rather, sorry, against the Keeper of the Light in the lane, you're not going to be able to close that gap unless you get to that Blink Dagger. But that is certainly a hero that can close that gap, simply because of that X-Mark. And that X-Mark combo, coupled up with the Tidehunter, coupled up with the Treant Protector, they certainly do seem to place a lot of emphasis on shutting Dreamocell down. I wonder if they'll be able to, or rather, sorry, shutting Salamat down. He is their mid laner. Dreamocell is their carry. I do think that Roar have a pretty solid draft if they can execute it. I think the execution is going to be difficult, but as long as you can keep that X mark on that Keeper of the Light, there really doesn't seem like there's a lot of protection available for that Kotl. There's no Ringmaster, there's no one really. The Phoenix can go in with the egg to create a buffer, but can't directly save the Keeper of the Light. The Dark Willow as well, you can go in with the Bramble Maze, attempt to dish out damage in return with the Bedlam, maybe even drop down the Cursed Crown. So you can try to keep your Keeper of the Light alive. It will be hard. It will be a Dreamocell Monkey King that comes out though from Carstenz's side. And again, a lot to fear. They have plenty heroes to actually jump the backline of Roar. If you're able to get this Drow within that Wukong's command, if you are able to slow her down, get the initial setup, then you should be able to take Yukio out. At the same time, Carstensz will have to hold off on the tempo. Dreamosol is playing a hero that wants his farm. Doom is a hero that needs his farm, and so too with the Keeper of the Light. Even though the Keeper of the Light simultaneously is able to play active around the map with the Boots of Travel, but Roar are a team that play with tempo. They're a team that goes 0 to 100 within the first 10 minutes, and most of the series that we have seen from Roar in this tournament are just them demolishing teams at the back of their off lane. So how exactly will the Monkey King fare up against the Tidehunter? Sure, you have that Boundless Strike, you have that Life Steal, you have the ability to dish out damage in return, but at the end of the day, it is going to be a Hoodwink plus Tide combo that Anchor Smash is going to be reducing your damage, and you're going to have a Phoenix or a Willow on your side. It does feel a bit rough, if I'm being perfectly clear. But the Keeper of the Light, Salamat, can actually rotate in. You can go, against the Tidehunter. You do plenty of damage there. You can slow him down, channel up your Illuminate. Tidehunter is one of those heroes that is pretty slow on his movement speed early on. So we'll see how the laning phase actually goes for both of these two teams. As game number 1 will be before us in, well, very shortly. Time is 21 and 15. Oh man. And I will adjust the logos in as well for you guys. Just give me a second and I'll have those down.
I'll be signing autographs out front.
There we go. The logos are also in. As everything is set for game number 1. I hope the volume is fine, guys. I have adjusted it again. And I will actually turn off the audio playback for myself. That is so much better. I wonder though, Carstensz, do they really want to go on that high ground against the Kunkka? Could be a bit of a disaster, but at the same time, you do have plenty of overtime damage and you have great roots. And against the Scorched Earth, it is difficult to actually fight back, especially for this Drow Ranger, as Yukio is all alone and will have to go back. Ahid will be able to secure the bounty rune. This is the stand-in for Carstensz on their side. Everyone else is their main roster player. As towards that top side, Dreamosol is in a bit of trouble. Gush down, slowed enough for Double S and Clove to be able to pick up first blood. Carstensz off to not so good of a start. But for Roar Gaming, this is what they like to do. Just using 2 heroes, they're able to get that first blood. And I have to say, maybe Dreamosol was underestimating that the move from Roar by quite the margin. He was playing in the lane itself. He was just walking in. As it's going to be 3 heroes on Dreamosol again. He doesn't have a teleport. He's going to be sent back to the fountain and will have to make a walk of shame. Roar Gaming playing it absolutely perfect. And now the Monkey King will miss 1, maybe even 2 entire creep waves here as the creep wave just enters the tower. That is going to be an absolute disaster for the start for Carstenz's side. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. That is not how you want to start the game. And Roar Gaming, quite frankly, they played that rotation super well. I was not expecting the Monkey King to die 2 times in a row. He is back into his lane. He doesn't lose too much of that CS. Maybe just 2 creep waves, but he has 0 experience, while the other side is level 2 on the Tidehunter. Even Clove is about to hit his level 2 mark at the end of this creep wave. And now, with this Monkey King being level 1, you can't actually contest. You can't show up. You just have to confine yourself to securing the experience, maybe even giving up more creep waves. Clove does miss that bushwhack. So at the end of the day, it is going to be, I would say, okay for their side with that miss spell. Doesn't have too much mana to play with. Can still land both of his combos, or rather the combo. Tidehunter can't though. He has the Gush and 1 Anchor Smash, but he can't use 2 Anchor Smashes, which is where he really wants to be. The Gush is on a 4.5 second duration. Anchor Smash on, well, it's a 7 second cooldown. Drow Ranger plus the Treant Protector on that bot side. Saime as well as the Willow. And this is one of those lanes where the Treant Protector can't actually do much apart from protecting their Drow. Because as soon as Lloyd wants to go in, the Scorched Earth plus the Infernal Blade, at the same time as I say that, Clove once again takes out that Phoenix, so they don't target Dreamocell this time around, they just take out the bird. And again, kills back to back at the same time. Aya does get hit by the punch from Lloyd, but against the Scorched Earth, the Drow Ranger does have to get back. There's not too much the Drow can actually do in that scenario. Sure, you have damage, but most of that damage you want to apply from afar. As soon as Saime is able to close the gap, the Drow Ranger is a sitting duck. Mid side is going to be Butterfly Effect, but we can see, well, I mean, I'll bring your attention to the fact that Monkey King has such few CS in a while. Butterfly Effect is doing pretty well on that mid lane, and it's because of that Tidebringer. It's the same thing as an Illuminate. Less damage, sure, but essentially the Tidebringer is like a melee Illuminate, if you think about it. Especially as the levels stack up. And it's a lot more difficult for the Keeper of the Light, for Salamat, to actually dodge away that Tidebringer. It's easier for Butterfly Effect, especially in the first 5 minutes when it's daytime, because he knows where the Keeper of the Light is and will be able to dodge these Illuminates. Especially, well, if Salamat just lets them go immediately, as he just did. But Torrent is going to also be able to disable the Illuminate. That is actually a great use. It's a channeling ability, so if you have the information on the Keeper of the Light, you can just send out your Torrent, and he either has a choice to get hit by the Torrent and have his Illuminate cancelled for some extra bit of little duration of that channel, or step away from the Torrent and have an Illuminate sent out that barely does anything. So Roar Gaming are playing this pretty darn well, as Butterfly Effect will again dodge it. But now it is daytime, so now he may not actually have, doesn't have vision of the Keeper of the Light, so is probably going to look to plant down an Observer Ward in this position. And he does do so right at nighttime. So he knows, or rather Clove, he's here over on the mid lane, maybe wants to look for a kill, as Double S is farming very close by to his tower, so he's not going to go down. Another Observer Board planted down as the Bushwhack catches Salamat. He's going to be getting hit by that ghost ship, and Salamat will fall. Roar Gaming able to win their top lane, able to win the mid lane as well. And sure, that bot lane is going pretty well for Saime, but at the end of the day, you're achieving your win conditions. You will, at this space that you're creating, eventually be in a scenario where your Drow can free farm. And believe me, with the way that they're playing, it's only going to be a matter of time before they turn their attention towards the Doom, before the Drow Ranger sends out the signal for help. And at that point, how are you going to stop this Hoodwink? How are you going to stop this Kunkka, who is not going to allow you to walk away from a potential over-initiation?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There we go. It's that bot lane where Roar want to make a play. Now, the Willow will actually be able to teleport away. It is one of the better heroes against the Kunkka, because if there's no Ghost Ship, there's no way to stun her down. It's actually going to be Dreamocell getting hit by that Bushwhack and will fall for a third time. Not a good look if you're this carried right now. Not a good look for Carstensz overall. As a 2,000 net worth advantage has been built up 7 minutes in. It's not you know, as one-sided as it was in series number 1, especially in game number 1 between Velocity Vikings and the other side, but it is substantial. It is difficult. Phoenix is going to dive away. But it's getting chased down here. There's going to be another Gosh. That Active Smash is going to take away most of the Phoenix's HP. But Double S doesn't have any more mana, so actually has to get back. In fact, it's Dreamocell also being chased apart by a tree. Can't hop on top of Lloyd, though, with his tree dance. Salamat is here as well. As he's going to get X-marked. Brought back for that Ghost Ship as he'll just die. Unable to build up any kind of space as even towards that backline. Yukio able to take away the Phoenix as Dreamocell trying to take, or rather skip apart this creep wave, is not going to be successful. And the Drow Ranger will just go back. Or rather, no, they want to stick around because they have way more damage than the Doom does. So Saime can't apply much damage on that tier 1 tower, but he's waiting. He has the Doom at the ready, so at any time someone comes back, or rather no, he's going to be going back. He sees the Treant Protector. Is he going to plant down that Doom? Not the ideal target, but they will be able to secure the first kill of the game for their side by taking the Doom down. It's also going to be Clove who does get picked up. Finally, Carstensz are able to fight back. And maybe even able to do more. It's Yukio with the Cursed Crown, slowed down by the Keeper of the Light as Dreamocell also makes his entry, and Yukio will fall too. 3 kills in quick succession coming out from Carstensz. A pretty happy turnaround, a pretty good end result, I would say. Considering how their game was actually, how it was all turning out for them. Hmm.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
$3,000 of a net worth lead, or rather 4,000 of a net worth lead. Despite the kills, it's 3 bounty runes that Clove was able to pick up. They were doing so well that they forgot to pick up the bounty runes. Around 500 gold going their way as a sharpshooter gets sent out towards that Willow, and she will go down. Ayad to fall. And now they put up pressure towards that mid lane tower. Roar Gaming not coming in slow. They're just coming in with very fast tempo, able to take down 2 tier 1 towers by that 10-minute mark. It's towards that bot lane where the Phoenix as well as Saime were attempting to go, but the Phoenix will just fall. Has already lost his life. And with 3 heroes over here, with the Tidehunter, they will probably look for this tier 1 tower as well. Hoodwink to get stunned down by the Cursed Crown, so it will possibly be another kill. But the Ravage, it gets sent out alongside that Ghost Ship. It catches both of those 2 heroes. Even the Willow is going to take a bow. And that is not too good of a look if you're Carstensz. I mean, quite frankly, they're not able to play as fast. Roar Gaming's tempo is unmatched, and this was my big worry with having this... rather, actually, my worry was the opposite thing as far as the 4 Protect 1 draft goes. It kind of feels like it's not even a 4 Protect 1. It just feels like it's no protection, just going all out on the other
Radiant's
side.
middle tower is under
All the
attack.
meanwhile, I would have hoped that Carstensz build up some tempo from their own side because they do have the Keeper of the Light, they do have the Doom, but it's not been used so far.
Radiant
And
are scanning.
Dreamosel, with the kind of start that he has had, quite frankly,
Dire are
it's not
scanning.
his fault being given the first blood anyway, but the fact that he's gone down so many of those times. But now they may be able to take Yukio down as the spring comes out. Dreamosel able to use the Wukong's command. Yukio will fall to Salamat, as though these are necessary kills to get in order to actually turn the game around. Without getting these kills, there's no chance in hell that Carstensz are going to be able to transition. But you do have the overgrowth by Lloyd, as Dreamosel will just get punched and eat a Tidebringer by Butterfly Effect, and essentially a carry for carry if you think about it. Considering that Dreamosel didn't even pick up the goal, he only got about 193 from the kill on the Drow earlier. As Butterfly Effect, he's now playing with a Shadow Blade at that 12-minute mark. They'll even find the Keeper of the Light, and there's going to be a Terrorize coming in response. And Salaman will be able to make his way out. Maybe Clove will get punished actually, but Sharpshooter towards that high ground, he'll be able to escape. Saimei, unfortunately, does not want to plow down the Doom, but he may just have to, because the rest of Roar Gaming are coming in. Tidebringer, as well as Clove's spells, take out Rage or Ayad, and Saimei just having to get back right now. Unable to actually mount up a significant response.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Saimei will get hit by the Doom. Is actually walking back. Doom duration is possibly going to run out, and he might have enough time for the Ravage. And now they've been caught by the Bushwhack. Double S stays alive throughout. Clove will be the first one to fall, and no Ravage was sent out, but turns out they don't need it. There's going to be an X mark after the Keeper of the Light has fallen, and a long-range multi-shot coming in by Yukio is able to secure himself a double kill. 3 heroes for the price of just the one. And the one they lost was a Hoodwink. And who cares about a Hoodwink? It's one of the most annoying heroes out there. You lose your Hoodwink, you take down 2 cores. That is a trade you will be willing to make any day of the week, at any time of the week. I take out Hoodwinks in my dreams. Phoenix is going to go down. Butterfly Effect going to get hit by the Cursed Crown. Terrorite is going to be there, but the Ravage over on that front line just to build up a buffer and allow the Kunkka to walk away from that fight. A 9,000 lead right now up for Roar Gaming, as they are not coming in too slow. In fact, Saimei does have that relic. So this is a Doom that at the end of the day, Saimei had an okay lane. It was the only lane for Carstensz that wasn't a complete disaster. So with that Radiance, maybe he can turn things around. Maybe he can build up some space for his carry and mid laner. Even if the mid laner is the one that is supposed to create space. Salaman isn't doing that bad, right? Sure, he's gone down thrice, but he's also found a few good kills on cores he also has the boost of travel, has that spirit vessel built up. As over on the jungle, Dreamocell, alongside the two, they do have the overwhelming advantage on that Tide Hunter, but Double S barely takes in any damage. And he'll just walk away from that position. Mage Slayer plus the Consecrated Rabs, and they thought that they could take him down with an underfarmed carry. Time. Oh no, he got hit, clipped by the X mark. He's gonna be sent back. Bushwhack is gonna land alongside that sharpshooter, and he is dead to rights. I do wonder how they're planning to transition this on the side of Carstensz. What exactly is supposed to be the game plan?
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You go this way, and I'll go that way.
Dreamocell does bounce back as the Keeper of the Light try to teleport away. Will not really be possible. Yukio with the multi-shot, a very simple kill on the Keeper of the Light. That's the position. That's the problem with the Keeper of the Light as a hero. If your positioning is even slightly off, they're going to be able to take you down, especially with this Kunkka and this Drow Ranger. The slows coming in, the fact that you can draw the Keeper of the Light back, regardless. The X mark is kind of like the glimpse in that regard. And it's a pretty simple way to actually bring them back. Phoenix is going to be getting caught by that Bushwhack, and I mean, he's already used his dive. It's an 11,000 net worth advantage at that 19-minute mark. Isn't really all that good.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Not that good for Carstensz, though, is the thing. Butterfly Effect will be able to get off his Ghost Ship as well as the Torrent, but he is stuck in between the 4 heroes. However, Double S is going to come in with a Ravage that catches Carstensz. They will not even be able to find that Kunkka. In fact, they will lose the 3. Dreamocell holding his position with the Wukong's command that has ran out. And now Yu-Gi-Oh will make his entry with the Drow Ranger. Wants to take out Dreamocell and then turn his attention towards the egg. An entire team wipe at the 20-minute mark, and all Carstensz found, all they have to show for it is just one dead Treant Protector on the other side. That is a disaster if I've ever seen one. That is Roar Gaming at their very best, baiting Carstensz into a position where they knew they were not going to win the fight. They were trying to make a Hail Mary by thinking they would have enough damage against the Kunkka. And quite frankly, they were way too over-invested in that teamfight. They wouldn't have been able to go back even if they knew in their hearts, in their minds, that they didn't have that damage. And in the end, let's assume, even if Butterfly Effect went down, does the scenario really change? He used his Ghost Ship, his Torrent. He built up the setup for the Tide Hunter to come in with a Ravage. And the Tide just died. Oh. Double S, he goes in. They quite clearly don't care about moving in towards the tier 2 territory. Doom will be applied by Saime as he He's gonna use it just to push back the Tidehunter. And they managed to force out the Doom in that kind of a position.
Dire are scared. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor is going to be picked up. And Lloyd will acquire the shard. Also saw the Phoenix and they'll use the Overgrowth. Phoenix trying to exit the map. As the 16,000 lead is available for them. Dreamocell
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Clove comes in, misses the bushwhack. Has that sharpshooter channeled as Dreamocell will use the Wukong's command to make sure no one's chasing in after him. But the problem is they're coming in from the side. Dreamocell now on that high ground as the Curse Crown does stun him up, but now Dreamocell is going to be silenced, hit by that torrent, and will be falling down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tidehunter goes in. Stymie leashed down. Should be able to break away the anchor. But the Keeper of the Light is also coming in. So Stymie is trying to fight back against Lloyd. Maybe it's going to be possible, but has to be careful of that Ravage. Double S with one anchor smash will be able to take apart Stymie. And again, even if you did find that tree, still wouldn't have been worth it. The side of Roar Gaming, his Yukio is 10-2, Zakunka is 3-0-12, and Double S, he is 5-0-13. In fact, even the Hoodwink is 8-3-15, the Treant Protector is 1-2-16. Look at the amount of assists that exist on Roar Gaming's side. The Drow Ranger only has the 1 assist, but everyone else has more than 10. Monkey King to go for the Desolator, as they're trying to play for the comeback, but finding a comeback in this game against a Tide that is way too far ahead, against a Drow Ranger who is way too far ahead, double the net worth of the Monkey King essentially, and the Keeper of the Light who is way too far behind. I don't know how well that will work out for you.
Almighty money.
Radiant are scared.
Oh no, Carstensz, they are going to be backstabbed here. Lloyd is going to be able to pound down that Overgrowth Butterfly effect with that X mark. He's able to send out that Ghost Ship, catching the Keeper of the Light. They have his number, and they will be able to take him down first. Dreamocell with that Wukong's command is looking not that effective. But Yukio, he did die to the Doom. Even as the Doom does go down, that is a huge kill that Carstensz are able to acquire, but it's not good enough. Sure, it's a lot of gold for the Doom, but the Keeper of the Light lost gold there. The Monkey King got nothing. Zilch from that team fight. In fact, the Monkey King might actually fall here as well. Dreamocell, he can't actually hop towards the tree right now with just so much damage being applied towards him. Is he gonna die to 2 supports? You also have the Tidehunter who's coming in with the Blink Dagger. Dreamocell does not have enough time. But even as the Tidehunter comes in, it seems like they would have had enough damage and enough control to take him down on their own. And that is the state of the game we're in. Clove, or Kachu as his official nickname, has almost the same amount of net worth as Dreamocell does, as the Monkey King does. Roar Gaming is setting themselves up to be the strongest contender at Lunar Horse Trophy right now. They've yet to win one of these competitions. But quite frankly, they're doing very well for themselves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
is going to potentially take a fall. Torrent is going to be there, and Roshan will be going down. Yukio will be able to pick up the Aegis. And with the kind of draw range that is as farmed up as Yukio, how are you going to turn this game around? 32-8 is an abysmal score
Radiant's top tower is under
for
attack.
Carstensz, who are, again, they're not a lightweight in this tournament. But Roar Gaming are making them seem really sloppy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As the Phoenix goes down, tier 2 tower opened up. Really no way to defend your outer structures at this current point in time. You just have to dodge. But what are you dodging for? The other side is the one who's playing as a 4p1. Yours is playing as a Monkey King who just got demolished in the laning phase.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Dreamosel tried to get down the Wukong's command, will not be successful. It was a backline attempt. It was a Hail Mary at its very best. But Double S, he has that Ravage. May not even feel the need to use it, but does pop it in the end with Salamat to be the one to go down. Egg planted down in a pretty decent position, but you're not going to be able to take the egg out. Now Simon comes in with the Doom on the Tidehunter. He's already used his Ravage. He has nothing more to offer in the team fight. But maybe it's that Aegis on the Drow that is giving them second thoughts of planting it down on him. But at the end of the day, if you don't target the damage dealer, you're never going to win the fight. As the Bushwhack gets sent out on the Willow. Ranged barracks is going to fall. Willow will be sent up into the air. Bushwhack is actually going to land, and Willow is going to fall.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks is fallen.
At least I'll be sound of body.
Leash applied on the Doom. Saime is going to be going down. Phoenix now as well. No egg available for about 15 seconds, but over on that backline, Dreamosel trying to fight and do what he can against Yukio, who still has that Aegis, and Saime will just tap out. Roar Gaming will acquire the first game win in 29 minutes against Carstensz, who are a serious contender even for those qualifiers. But Roar Gaming, they look stronger than ever. Maybe Roar Gaming seem like they're the strongest they've ever been, because I've seen Roar, I've costed Roar in Cringe Station tournaments, and quite frankly, they have a long way to go on the side of Carstensz in order to beat a team like Roar. But maybe with a few adjustments, you know, just playing it more conservative, a bit safer, Dreamosel can have a much better game. They need to be able to match the tempo. Roar Gaming can't just be given all of the space for the tier 1 towers, all of the space around the map to rotate and take fights in. And sure, you tried the Keeper of the Light, you tried the niche trick. Now it's time to go back to a stable mid lane hero that has some kind of recoverability that can offer a lot more in those team fights. And you need to better protect your cores in this kind of a scenario. It is hard. It is very hard to make those kinds of adjustments. And especially with the kind of game that they just had, maybe there's going to be a bit of a negative pressure or, you know, a lot of more pressure on their minds as well. But a team like Carstensz, a team that has experienced players like Dreamosel, are in a good position to be able to adjust for that. You know, they have the experience and they know how to do it. Will they be able to? That is the question that they will have to show us the answer to. We will be back with the Cringe Station Lunar Horse Trophy right after a short break.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back to the current station Lunar Horse Trophy Season 7. The series between Roar Gaming and Carstensz continues as Roar Gaming dominated Carstensz in that game number 1. Carstensz have to mount up a comeback and they will pick up Bisk's Skywrath Mage. This is a hero that he really likes to play with. And they have the Hoodwink, so it is going to be interesting to see a position 5 Hoodwink, as I don't think the Skywrath can play as a pos 5.
Seconds remaining.
Simply because he offers no defensibility apart from the minor, or it's not a minor, but an average stun, I would, or rather, average slow, I would say, an average control ability. And you want to play aggressive, right? You want to spam out those arcane bolts, make sure that you can get some kills with for your offlaner. But the biggest reason why the Skywrath should be a pos 4 is simply because he needs experience. He needs to roam around the map a lot more than position 5 actually rotating. For the moment, it does feel like Roar Gaming, Dawnbreaker, Bane, Puck, as well as the Rubik, they are going to be coming out. Carstensz pick up the Faceless Void. Interesting pick for Dreamocell there. Into the Bane, because if you don't have a BKB and you don't see the Bane, you come up with the Chronosphere, you're just going to get nightmared, and suddenly then you can't hit anyone, you can't do anything. Not to mention, usually the Dawnbreaker is picked up into the Faceless Void in response to that Chrono, but now they actually pick the Faceless Void into the Dawnbreaker. Like, all of this is very interesting. This draft coming out by Carstensz suggests to me that maybe they're still not estimating Roar Gaming correctly. Because even the Puck is pretty good against that Faceless Void. It is difficult to catch the Puck in that Chronosphere. You just need that phase shift. And you have the silence, a great silence on the Puck to take out the Void with. So Roar, quite frankly, I would say that they have the better draft. I would say that for Carstensz, this Faceless Void pick isn't that great into Roar's lineup. And you have limited avenues by which to play on Roar's side, or sorry, on Carstensz's side. You need to come up with tempo. Sure, the mid lane matchup isn't that bad. It's not exactly the Void Spirit versus the Puck. It's an Ember versus the Puck. It's not the best Spirit hero against that Fairy Dragon, but it's at least something. They have to ban out a carry right now, away from Roar. And I would actually imagine that a strength-based core would be pretty strong here. The Tiny has already been banned out, so that's not going to be available. Bristleback isn't available either. Neither is the Beastmaster, which is typically a rare occasion on the carry role, but is one that is great against the Faceless Void with that long duration Roar. But who can they go for right now? Phantom Lancer is actually a pretty good one against the Skywrath and the Hoodwink, to be fair. Not to mention the Faceless Void will then be forced to create up that Mjolnir against the PL. It doesn't really work out all that well if you're Carstensz. But they'll choose to ban the Naga instead. So now Roar can actually, they have to ban on an offlaner, and they can now pick up the Phantom Lancer for their own side. It is a bit unnecessary to go for the PL. I would say there's still other options available in the pool. I do really like the Wraith King as well against the Faceless Void. If you have the Reincarnation, suddenly you're not a target for the Chronosphere. Even if you get Chronoed, you have that second life. And Wraith King is one of those heroes that just dumpsters the Skywrath Mage and the Hoodwink, because he doesn't really care about being silenced, doesn't really care about the damage coming in because of that second life. So we'll see how exactly he is going to be able to play. Roar Gaming, for the moment, are going to be going for their last ban. They are still thinking about this. And I wonder who they're going to actually opt for as the ban. They've taken out they'll actually ban out the Axe, and immediately Carstensz pick up the Slardar. So they had their mind set out for them, and now they add in more damage to that Chronosphere. That is one way to go about it, right? But the BKB is going to be the most crucial aspect for the Faceless Void, because he otherwise is not going to be able to do much here in this scenario. Needs that Corrosive Haze, needs that BKB. I think with the fact that Faceless Void has such an abysmally low win rate, around 15% in Dream League, sorry, I think it was around 20%, but 15% in Essence, right? The last two tournaments that took place with the top tier teams out there, Faceless Void did not really do all that well. Now Roar Gaming, they'll be going for the Lunar. So as long as you get the glaives up, you should do pretty well. Even against a Slardar, you naturally have an extremely high base armor, a lot of movement speed, so it does take quite a bit to chase you down with. And then you have the Dawnbreaker for that Solar Guardian. I would say that Roar Gaming have the stronger draft. And it's all because of the Faceless Void. I just don't think it's that strong of a hero in the current meta, where against a team like Roar, who played really fast, right? Taking down all tier 1 towers by that 11-minute mark, building up a lead at the back of just playing the map on that top lane, on that bot lane, just constantly keeping Carstensz on their toes. And not to mention, the Dawnbreaker is just super good in the lane. Faceless Void cannot actually trade the hits against him. And you have a Hoodwink as far as your pause 5 is concerned. Or rather, actually, Bisk picks up the Sky. Bisk is the Skywrath player. So, Ayad was, I believe, playing the pause 4 in the previous game. So if this is going to be a Skywrath mage as a pause 5 against a Rubik and a Dawnbreaker, I don't like Carstenz's chances on their safe lane. Now, maybe I'm being too negative. Maybe I have to give Carstensz credit where credit is due, because they are, at the end of the day, one of the better teams out there in this current tournament. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. And it would be a bit sad to see them lose the series at the back of, I would say, the kind of game that they had last game. I would expect that the next game is going to be going differently.
Prepare for battle.
Apologies, I was just getting my tea ready. And it is ready, in fact. I will turn off the pick over here and turn in the team logos, which are now up on your screens.
Total spawnage.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do at the back of this. As for the moment, Carstensz will have to play it careful, not fall prey to the same technique that Roar made last game. This time around, Dreamosel doesn't have the time walk, right? So even if Double S attempts to stun him down, he won't be able to pick it up. In fact, they'll pick up 3 bounty runes. So Carstensz, well played overall, spammed out by their team. So again, those adjustments, right? You need to come up with the positive mental attitude at the back of a horrendous first game. That is necessary. You need to build yourselves up. You need to huddle up as a team. You know, you do the kind of like how you have in football or American football, the fake football. But we'll see how exactly Dreamosel contends against the Dawnbreaker in the lane itself. All the meanwhile, Ember Spirit is there on the dire side. Dawnbreaker goes in, does not have the Starbreaker, but the Blood Grenade does slow down the Skywrath Mage quite a bit. And with that, Bisk is on about 150 HP. Needs to be able to well, has the Fairy Fire, has the Tango, so I doubt he's going to go down. They are still going to make a play for him at that level 2 mark. Now, one of the things that the Skywrath mate actually has, even if he might not skill it up, is that silence. As the Rubik is actually going to be the one who is going to be in trouble. He does manage to make it out. Over on the bot side is Lunar and Bane. Hoodwink versus Slardar is an interesting, or rather a devastating lane. So I would actually imagine both teams have this really strong off lane where if you catch someone with that bushwhack, you'll be able to take them down. Even the Lunar, sure, a lot of movement speed, but Saimei can overcome that gap quite easily. There is the Bane that you have to contend with, especially that Enfeeble later on. 70% attack damage reduction. Sure, it can be dispelled away, but Saimei wouldn't... Oh no, Bisk goes down on that top side, and that is something that I was expecting, or predicting rather, because of just the fact that how vulnerable the Skywrath mage actually is, how vulnerable both these two heroes are. It's just, it puts in pressure on that bot lane, and they will be able to overcome the pressure and are able to get it done. They take down Lloyd, as Ahid is able to pick up that kill, and they need to constantly keep this up. They need to make sure that Roar Gaming can't come in with tempo, and that requires Ahid and Saimei to play out of their minds on this lane. They need to play quick, they need to play fast, they need to make sure that Yukio cannot free farm and that no one can actually rotate down here. As the Lotus is going to be contested by Clove, Double S has to get back, so they will abandon the Lotus and give it to Dreamocell. As Double S might actually die here. He will get taken out by Bisk. What a play coming in by the Skywrath. Plenty of mana to spare as well, as a Dawnbreaker underestimated the amount of magical damage coming out on towards him. And he did not live. Pretty good kills overall by Carstensz. Already a very different game turning up. Over on the mid side, or rather over on that top side still, plenty of action. Don't want to use the Rubik spells or the Fate Bolt. Don't want to use too many spells to force out the Time Walk, but you also want to use enough spells that the Time Walk is forced out. But now Dreamocell is going to be going down. There's that lift. He is going to be brought back for the Dawnbreaker's hammer. Oh no, oh no. Butterfly effect, able to take down the Ember all by himself. Still a lot of adjustments to be made quite clearly, as Carstensz, they are playing it much better, don't get me wrong, but you cannot die on that mid lane. You cannot give up solo kills. And even you did have Ahid coming in for a return kill. You were able to take the puck down, but only after the fact. But the silver lining to that fact is that Ahid is very farmed up, or rather has a lot of experience. He is level 4 on the Hoodwink. 4 minutes in, he has so much impact. As Salamat really needs to be careful trying to trade against the puck, which should really be possible, but right now Butterfly Effect is way too far ahead. Illusory Orb does not do anything to mitigate that Flame Guard, which is level 3 at this point. You need 2 Illusory Orbs to take it out, so Butterfly Effect will just probe that shield.
Dire are scanning.
It is nighttime, and that goes both ways. But Yukio, ooh, almost in range to get stunned down by Saimei. That would have been a great kill if they could have found it. But Lloyd does have the Nightmare, so he can just use the Light Nightmare on this Slardar, and suddenly you can't close that kill out. It was a lot more possible earlier on, but now that the levels have come up, it becomes less possible. Dream Call has been used. The voice, or rather Ember Spirit, is going to go down once more. Clove able to come up with a rotation. And quite frankly, Bisk, it's a bit too little. It's a bit too little too late to be in this kind of position, as Bisk is also potentially going to fall. Butterfly effect, jaunt towards the other side. Wasn't able to use the illusory orb though, so maybe Bisk just walks away. Is playing a Skyrat, so has one of the highest movement speeds in the game. 325 even without the booster seat. Some heroes have 325 with the boots, but Bisk has it without them. Which means the Skyrath Mage is a difficult hero to actually chase. But you do have Ayad as well as Bisk, and they have the backstab on Double S. He is in trouble, has nowhere to go against that Bushwhack, and they will be able to bring this Dawnbreaker to his knees. Bisk trying to steal away the Shrine of Wisdom is not going to be possible against the Rubik who comes in. But the Ember is here as well, so Clove abandons that Shrine as Lloyd is getting chased down here. One more Remnant and enough to secure the kill. Ember Remnants away. And they are going to lose both Shrines of Wisdom, so it's really well done by Carstensz. Their supports are playing this really well, rotating, playing to the tempo requirements coming in from the other side as well. Sure, that mid lane was a bit late, but they found a return kill.
Close to taking the occasional bounty.
Radiant's top tower
They've secured the
is
Shrine
under
of Wisdom for their side, leaving Saime open to secure his side's Shrine of Wisdom, as he has yet to do that, but once he does, he might just be level 7. We'll have a very early level 4 Crush, and the Luna can't play the lane in that scenario. That Crush deals plenty of damage, even to the 10 base armor of the Luna. In fact, the armor reduction, the Corrosive Haze, brings the Luna's armor to 0. But Saime is being eyed upon. Nightmare to bring him in. Yukio has that Eclipse, will just drop it down. As the Slardar is going to fall, he goes back for a Crush to do some little damage. Minus 6% physical resist. So at let's assume it's 0%, right? That Crush at the level 4 mark will deal about 300 damage. And that's just on Yukio. What if it's the Rubik, who has 6 base armor? Well, I mean, he has that ring of... he has that urn. So to be fair, he has around 9 armor too. The Bane though, 6 armor.
Radiant's top tower is under
You know, suddenly he's gonna take in 400 damage just from that Crush alone. Double S does have a Solar Guardian up now, so anyone that gets gone on is going to be protected.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A prize.
Radiant are scared. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Saime.
attack. Are scanning.
Coming in as the Slardar. Butterfly effect was unable to pick up the rune, so Solar Guardian has to come down. Dream Call is also planted down as the Ember Spirit has that haste rune, needs to dodge away the hits as the Chronosphere comes in too late. But Dreamocell will be able to take the puck down as a great Bushwhack comes in by Ayud, catching the 3 as Dreamocell ends up with a double kill. Very good exchange for Carstensz, as sure they do lose the Ember, but Dreamocell being able to pick up 2 entire kills is going to be very well worth it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
When we take a look at the net
Radiant's
worth,
bottom tower is under attack.
Dreamosel is at the very top of the net worth chart, the position where he wants to be as a Faceless Void, and will be able to get to that Battle Fury pretty early on.
Are fortified.
The Bane, Lloyd, is going to be spotted out, and they will be able to take him down too. Ahid now on a dominating streak on that Hoodwink. They find that break on the Lunar. Saime, though, is not going to go in for the chase, not against the Rubik, who can just send him back. A 3-man smoke comes in as Lloyd gets caught, trying to create tempo against a team that has adjusted for it. Saime now playing around the map with the rest of his team.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A 3-man smoke comes in from the Dire side. Skywrath Mage with the concussive shot. As the illusory orb also comes out, but doesn't really catch anyone. Ember Spirit going to go forward. Silence is going to be there. Mystic Flare isn't sent out because Clove is able to reposition the other team. Dream Coil is going to mitigate or their advances, but the Ember Spirit, he still wants to go forward. Lloyd is going to be collected, but Bisk has also fallen. Meanwhile, towards that backline, Butterfly Effect, Crush Down is going to be able to jaunt away. And now the Ember Spirit has no more remnants up. Clove realizes this. Why isn't Yukio going in? Is he afraid of... Well, he should be. 3 heroes are charging in. Clove is going to be the casualty as Dreamosel, he's holding on to that Chronosphere, so Yukio, he is dead to rights. Chronosphere drop down. Solar Guardian not enough for the side of Roar. They do want to fight back. Ayada trying to run away, but Saime, he goes back in for that Dawnbreaker. A 2-man time dilation comes in by Dreamosel as Saime is able to pick up a double kill, and now they turn their attention towards the Rubik, who bought back, but is going to be silenced down, unable to do anything about this. Slide of Fist as well as a slow burn of that Arcane Bolt is going to take him out. A dieback for that Rubik. Multiple kills secured. A great Chronosphere coming in by Dreamosel as Carstensz, they mount themselves a 2,000 net worth advantage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And man, oh man, that is the kind of tempo that you expect from a team like Carstensz. They had a slow start. They had a very shaky start, or shaky would be understating what happened in the previous game. But this one, this is a completely different scenario. This is Roar Gaming, who are unable to build up a tempo. This is Roar Gaming who want to bulldoze against a wall made of cold rolled steel, and they just can't seem to break through it. Despite of the Solar Guardian coming in, despite of Butterfly Effect using that Dream Call, slowing everyone down, despite of the Bane, or rather, despite of the buyback coming in from the Rubik, nothing was enough against the tempo coming in by Saime, as well as that Faceless Void.
A subtle bird.
Lloyd does go down once more. This time around, Solar Guardian is enough to take out the Ember Spear. Saime has that sprint coming up in about 1 second.
Tower has fallen.
Soldier's fortune.
So he'll be able to run back. Yukio. Or rather, Saime is in a bit of trouble. Yukio is going to come in with an Eclipse that takes out Saime. Clove, though, is the trade, but Carstensz will lose the battle. They've already lost the Hoodwink as well. As Yukio didn't pick up the kill for the Slardar, unfortunately, so he didn't get that dominating streak. Remosel, he still wants to continue the fight, has that Chronosphere, so has very little to worry about, especially since the Dream Call, Eclipse, Solar Guardian, all three of the big ultimates are going to be on cooldown for the next minute, or maybe even more in the case of the Eclipse. Dream Call, though, is going to come off of cooldown.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Butterfly effect. Skywrath's Mage is going to go down.
That's for your impertinence.
They do certainly are hankering for a fight. They find the Luna. Solar Guardian is going to come in, but it's only a matter of time before Dreamosel makes his entry with that Chronosphere, and that is the big worry. Dawnbreaker on that front line, stuck in between of the four, is going to get crushed down with Dreamosel making his entry with a time dilation, and they take apart, rip apart Double S. 12 to 19. A break-even game for the current point in time, but with no ultimates up for Carstensz, or rather for Roar, Carstensz should be able to find and break through this tier 1 tower on this top lane. The second tower of Roar that was still standing, is still standing. Oh, Saime missed his crush. And it's going to be brought in by the Nightmare. No, disabled by Ayad.
Tower is fallen.
Queen's Grip is going to be there, so it's going to be a very simple kill. Ayad sacrificing himself for Saime, as a good support would. Butterfly effect.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Lloyd. Concussive shot is going to be there. But Lloyd is going to fall. And they find the puck. Butterfly effect sniped away at that backline.
A long way.
Saime playing the Executor. As Dreamosel now has 11,000 net worth, and from the simple fact that Roar can't build up tempo against Carstensz, they won't be able to, well,
Radiant
they can't actually push towards the other side. They can't build up tempo. So at the end of the day, what that means is that this Faceless Void will be able to farm up to his heart's content. And then you have to try and fight against the Faceless Void who's farmed, and that is a very difficult scenario. Tormentor is going to be picked up. It'll go towards Best, so now he has the double arcane bolts. They're great because it means that 3 heroes will be getting hit by the same arcane bolts.
Are scanning.
As Roar Gaming, they will not be able to spot the smoke out, but they are scanning.
Radiant are scanning.
As no one is going to get caught. A very simple play, right? The reason they knew how to get back, the reason why every team should adjust for it is when the Tormentor falls down, the gate's right there. So it's not that unexpected for a team to actually make a smoke of deceit play through the gate right after they take a Tormentor, especially if they have a lineup to take the Tormentor really quick, like with the Slardar. S.7 does catch up to Lloyd though, as Lloyd tries to run back, but the Bushwhack actually lands alongside an easy sharpshooter snipe away by Ayad. Clove has that Flame Guard. Not exactly the best of abilities, I would say. Oh, S.7 is going to be able to catch him out. And with that Sleight of Fist, Ayad is certainly playing phenomenal on the Hoodwink. 6, 3, and 14.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Butterfly effect. Wants to go
Radiant's
in
middle
forward,
tower is under attack.
but how does the puck make a play here? He's going for that Aeon disc.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The Hoodwink chasing in with that Scurry, wants to catch someone out, but it's gonna get Nightmare. S.7 will spot that out and will just go for Lloyd. So they distract an incoming Carstensz lineup against their Luna. But again, a sacrifice that Lloyd has had to make.
Caught you in your stubby sticky. Hey, fly.
Oh, S.7 almost found the hit.
Radiant's middle tower
With a
is under
Slardar.
attack.
We'll just be able to walk back.
That's what I mean.
Much needed guide.
They've still yet to poke those tier 2s. They've still yet to take Roshan. There are quite a few objectives around the map that Carstensz have yet to acquire. But the power spikes they have are quite frankly devastating. BKB available for the Slardar, available for the Ember Spirit. Aghanim Scepter up for Dreamosel, the Ame build. He can now apply that time lock. And just flash farm, right? Just one time walk, you clear up multiple creep waves. They will finally make a play towards Roshan. Plenty of vision available near that Roche pit. So as soon as someone approaches, they have sentry wards as well. It's one way in, but no way out for the side of Roar. And what is the decision they're going to make?
Radiant
BKB is up for the Luna, has the level 4 glaives. Butterfly effect. Instantly to get silenced up. Has the Yule Scepter. Will be able to blink away though. Fiend's Grip comes out on towards the Slardar, but S.7 was able to activate his BKB, and in the end, it will be Lloyd who will fall. no fault of his, I suppose, because the reaction coming in from S.7, he was ready for the BKB. And with the Dead Bane, you cannot contest Roshan. You need your full lineup at the ready to contest Carstensz at this point. Carstensz are maneuverable. They can show up. Sure, the Radiant side, Roar, have that Solar Guardian, so they can show up too, but Slaughter has so much movement speed. You have the Remnants available from the Ember. The Hoodwink seems to be everywhere, really. Even though he only has one, he only has a Scurry, right? 35% bonus movement speed. It's not that high, but it is still at least a bit of something.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Ember Spirit? They seem to want to go in. There's no Faceless Void here, so it is a 4v5 team fight, but Democell is making his way in. A 5,000 lead now. Oh no, it's actually the Lunar. S.7, he sees him and wants to make a play for Yukio, but Yukio will walk away, recognizing that it is very dangerous to play in that scenario. On that bot lane, though, they do catch Double S. They have enough heroes that surround him, and they know the Lunar's not there. So they'll go in with the Bushwhack and a Sharpshooter, and Democell will be able to pick up the kill. Carstensz coming in with the revenge for the previous game. A 7,000 lead up now. And it kind of feels like the tempo, or rather whatever space is available to Roar, is built on a glass castle. Can come crumbling down at any moment. As Butterfly Effect is silenced up. I thought he would have been able to escape, but it's not going to be possible. Not for him, not for Lloyd, not for anyone who gets caught against Carstensz and their fury. Hoodwink is going to be collected. Very simple kill being acquired, and it's actually a pretty massive kill. Does Yukio really want to fight in this position? Maybe with the Dawnbreaker nearby, they can. They've taken out Bisk as well. Needs to be careful because Democell could come in from any point. They don't know where he is, but S.7 is going to get bushwhacked by the Rubik. 3 heroes have gone down, and now even the Ember Spirit is in trouble. Will be able to remnant towards that low ground, but the Dawnbreaker is hot on his tail. All the meanwhile, the Faceless Void, they have a vision of him now, and the Ember was able to take out the Dawnbreaker. Chronosphere has come out by Democell. Does he have enough damage? He does seem to be doing it, but needs to apply enough bashes. Yukio has fallen. And now it seems like it's everyone else's turn. Democell does have the Aegis at the end of the day. He'll be able to take out Lloyd, especially with the Ember making his entry too. But maybe they let him run away. Butterfly Effect will be able to take out that Aegis, but that might be a bit of a sacrifice. Butterfly Effect gets caught in by Bushwhack, and one simple time lock. Butterfly Effect will fall, overextending his position when the team fight was clearly done and dusted, when the Luna had no more, or rather when the Lloyd had already gone back.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant
Pretty tough scenarios overall building up for both teams.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The last fight, it may have seemed even, but Democell getting as much as he did, this game is coming to a close.
Radiant's middle tower is
Like
under
I
attack.
kind of have the inner feeling that, you know, as I was talking about the fact that Roar's lineup kind of feels like it's a house, it's a glass castle. All the dominoes will fall in one single team fight. all it will really take is one good Chronosphere. And the requirement for Roar to win a team fight is they have to do everything by the book. They have to get the perfect initiations in. And I'm not even sure that the perfect initiation even exists for Roar. Like, how do they actually go in? That Fiend's Grip by Lloyd at this stage of the game is
Tower is under attack.
not really going to matter. Rubik lift into a fight, it's okay at 30 minutes in the game. It's okay at the very most. And then the Buck, that is certainly one way to initiate, but against the BKBs, they don't really care about that Dream Call all that much. Dreamosol can just walk away from it. Salamat can walk away from it. So too can Saime. All three cores have that BKB. And the Hoodwink's going to be in the trees. Bisk doesn't need to be close by. He has the Ether Lens, so look at the range of his Concussive Shot. Look at the range of his Arcane Bolt and his Mystic Flare. Every single spell he has can be cast from afar. So there's really no viable target for Roar to lock down. Or even attempt to lock down.
Dire are scanning.
Clove is going to be picked up. Dreamosel very close to his backtrack, and once he gets that, it's game over. Once he gets the plus 20% backtrack chance, that means that
Dire's top tower
he is going to be dodging every fourth Eclipse Beam. Every fourth Lucent Beam. Every fourth instance of magical damage which just comes in bursts. Saime goes in on that high ground. Maybe a bit too preemptive. Maybe you want to play this by the book and take out these tier 2 towers first. You can always make a high ground play later. As the Roar Gaming are going to be boxed in. Yukio has that butterfly. And there's no MKB on the Faceless Void.
Dire's
So maybe this Luna can survive. Maybe this Luna can fight back.
has fallen.
It is a whole bunch of maybes though. And we'll have the answer shortly as they're now on that high ground. Without the Aegis, but Dreamosol simply does not care. Time Walk, the Time Lock with the Aghanim Scepter dishes out about a 900 damage about the, on that Rubik.
Structures are fortified.
2 Time Walks and he's just dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Saime, he goes in, they see Lloyd. They saw Lloyd. Saw a bunch of flashes before his eyes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has
Melee Barracks is going to be taken down. And they now make a play towards that mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Carstensz on the brink of cementing their position in the group stage.
Are fortified.
It's still going to take one more game even if they win this. It is a best of 3 with Roar Gaming having won the first game. But they are quite close to evening the series out. I would say they're almost there. I would say outside of a blunder, Carstensz cannot lose this game.
Dire are scanning.
Corrosive Haze. Is going to be planted down. Roar Gaming, quite frankly, want to take a fight here.
Radiant are scanning.
The fight is going on with Butterfly Effect a bit isolated away from the rest of his team. Lloyd is going to fall first. And now Roar Gaming, they are fighting with their backlines. Very vulnerable. Saime as well as the Ember Spirit looking for someone. Butterfly Effect has already gone down. And without Roar being even... without them even being able to dish out a single hit, Yukio can't enter the fight. And in the end, it will be Roshan collected for free. In fact, more than just free. They get the cherry on top as well as the icing on the cake. And now you'll have to defend your high ground against the Aegis. That is going to be a monumental task. And I don't know if Roar with the way that things are going to be up to it. 21,000 of a net worth disadvantage, 96% win probability in favor of Carstenz's side. Yukio, he revealed himself. He's going to get bushwhacked in. Sharpshooter is going to be dropped down as well as a Chronosphere. Solar Guardian is going to come in to try and save their carry. But in the end, it is a futile attempt. Yukio has gone down. Double S held in by another bushwhack coming in by Ayad. Or rather, the Ember Spirit goes in. Fiend's Grip is going to be planted down on the Ember, but GG had already been called by Yukio. Roar Gaming give up game number 2, and Carstensz will take the Chinese squad to a game number 3. That was a very impressive turnaround by Carstensz. They managed to not only... It is extremely hard to get stomped in one game and then readjust yourselves mentally, emotionally, to be able to come back even stronger, to be able to fix the errors that you made in game number 1. That takes quite a lot. That takes a level of discipline that a lot of teams don't have. That takes a level of discipline that only experienced players, only players who have the competitive spirits in their hearts can actually truly comprehend. And Carstensz, now let's see what they'll be able to do with the tempo in their favor, in their advantage. Roar Gaming will have to do what Carstensz had to do after game number 1. Let's see if they'll be able to do that, as we will head to a short break before we come on to game number 3. It won't be that long. It'll just be a few minutes, of course. But we will be back with the Lunar Horse Trophy right after it. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome back to the Cringe Station Lunar Horse Trophy. Roar Gaming playing against Carstensz Esports, as Roar Gaming have gone back to that game number 1 draw, at least with the Kunkka. They also have the Tiny, the Lich, and the Shadow Demon, and Carstensz, they will stick with the Hoodwink. Ahir was the MVP of that game number 2. Just the kind of disables he was able to bring out even in the early game, finding 3-man bushwhacks time and time again, clipping Roar, disabling them from his escape, and essentially building up the team fight to the point where Dreamocell could come in with those chronospheres with the amount of space and pushback he gave to Roar. It'll be Carstensz who'll pick up the Bane, as they want to demonstrate how it's truly done. Dawnbreaker is also going to be available, and the Ember Spirit. One of the things about the Dawn, though, is that the Sinister Gaze is very little mana, and you can disable the Dawnbreaker's combo with that Lich. Not to mention the Tiny as well, right? The Lich plus Tiny is a pretty strong combo now that I think about it. Roar Gaming will ban out the Templar Assassin as well as the Terrorblade. So which carry is Dreamocell going to opt for right now? Again, Tiny has really high physical damage, as we all know, but also really high magical damage. So that is something that will have to be in consideration. Whichever carry you go for has to be able to tank up those spells.
5 seconds remaining.
Dreamocell's Kez is always going to be banned out. Lone Druid is never going to be available for anyone. So are they going to be able to play for the... I wonder who they're actually thinking of. Faceless Void against a Tiny is probably not the right idea. At the same time, you still do have that Solar Guardian, but no, they'll just go for the Life Stealer. It's great against the Lich, but not that good against the Shadow Demon, who is considered the Life Stealer killer, right? Actually, no one considers that. That's something I literally just made up. But it is a great hero against the Life Stealer. It's just that Demonic Purge that comes out. So I do wonder how Carstensz plan to play with the Life Stealer, although it is one of the best heroes against the Tiny and against the Kunkka. Those melee-based, strength-based cores who, Life Stealer dealing out the max HP damage, or rather, their max HP as a percentage of the Life Stealer's damage. And so can actually just pop that Rage, doesn't have to care about that Chain Frost, that Frost Blast, or the Tiny's Avalanche Toss, or even the Kunkka's X-Mark. But Roar Gaming, they will come up with tempo. Slardar being picked up from their side, as Carstensz Saimid did have a pretty good Slardar run. Now they'll have it, and with that Corrosive Haze applied on that Lifestealer, the amount of damage that this Tiny is going to dish out on just about everyone, right, is going to be insane. So let's see how well Carstensz are able to play around that. I would actually imagine that for Roar, their tempo is not going to come from within the first 10 minutes, even though they'll probably look for kills, but their tempo is going to come in between the 12 to 20 minute mark, when the Slardar has the Blink Dagger up. That is when they're truly going to look to make plays, and Carstensz, I do wonder if they're going to be prepared for that kind of contingency. So let's see. One can only hope, right? But my hope is not that, of course, any particular team winning. My hope is that this is going to be a great overall end to the series, and I really do hope that both teams are able to, go back and forth between the other, with each other. I do think that there's a lot of counterplay potential available for Carstensz, especially with that Lifestealer coming about. So you do have to be, or rather, sorry, with that Dawnbreaker, and you have that Hoodwink in the Ember Spirit. So a lot of counterplay potential definitely available for them. They also have that Bane, so it's again going to be a Bane versus Slardar, except it's just the other way around.
Prepare for battle.
And it will be Bisk on the Bane itself.
You feel the red hand of death.
Clove is just gonna get brought inside of the Nightmare. Disruption, though, is gonna dodge out that stun, and it seems like Double S is gonna go in for a 3-man crush. Clove will be allowed to walk away as Yukio comes in. A 5v5 on the mid lane. Interestingly enough, not exactly the position where I would expect both of these two teams to fight. You can't exactly chase because of the tier 1 towers that stand.
30 seconds to battle.
If only Yukio had the avalanche, but no, he's carrying his little tree. Or rather, it's a big tree. The little tiny is carrying the big tree.
The battle begins.
Clove is going to be going back. 3 bounty runes being picked up for Carstensz. Double S was only able to pick up the one that he could, and I mean that is a okay head start. It's not exactly going to be huge. Dawnbreaker plus the Hoodwink on this bot lane. As we do see a bit of a brawl. And rather, actually, the potential to find a kill on the Lich is always going to be there. Lloyd taking in plenty of damage. No Acorn shot available, so Lloyd will just be able to walk away. But sooner or later, there will be plenty of damage available. Especially when that Bushwhack comes online for Ayad. That is when Lloyd has to be careful. Lich is a very weak hero in terms of sustain. Every single time I've seen the Lich out of position, the Lich just happens to die. And in this scenario, if you get hit by the Bushwhack, there's going to be a follow-up stun, there's going to be plenty of damage coming out, and you won't be able to make it out. All the meanwhile, towards that top lane, you do have the Lifestealer alongside the Bane, but against the Shadow Demon as well as the Slardar, I don't think that Carstensz will be able to hold their ground. I do think that Double S with the Slardar should just honestly dominate this Lifestealer, especially with the Shadow Demon being able to build up that disable, or rather that setup for the crush against the Bane, against Bisk, or even Dreamosol. And on that mid side, it's a butterfly effect on the Kunkka once more. Although it is hard to actually lock down the Ember Spirit compared to the Keeper of the Light, even if you're able to land that Ghost Ship, it is going to be... the Torrent plus Ghost Ship are both magical damage. So the Flame Guard absorbs a lot of that incoming damage, and then you can just Remnant away. Unless, of course, later on, there's going to be follow-up disables and chain locks, so... that is something you'll have to keep in mind. Top side is going well so far. I mean, Dreamosol has fewer CS comparatively, but it's not that bad. Compared to the Tiny, of course. Tiny is also struggling in terms of lost hits. Saime as well as Double S are doing very well, the off laners, as well as the mid laners. They're going pretty much everyone, all 4 of those heroes are going neck and neck even. So whoever comes out ahead in terms of lost hits will do much better, as Butterfly Effect very low on his HP with the Ember Spirit. Salamat has ran out of mana. Neither team focusing on creating some kind of an opening. I'm surprised that over on the top side, sure you have the Nightmare, but finally we do see a disruption coming out, but the Nightmare came off of cooldown, so Bisk will just be able to run away. as a crush comes out on Dreamocell. Open Wounds is also planted down by the Lifestealer, but he won't be able to make use of any of that lifesteal. It's over on the bot side, an Avalanche. But Lloyd is gonna fall here. First blood will be drawn by Saime. They got the first poke in and will have that head start for their team. All the meanwhile, Double S attempting to dish out damage. Is not happening so far, but maybe it'll happen eventually. It is hard against the Bane. I will give him that. But there's not going to be a rotation coming in towards that mid lane either. With the Ember Spirit almost having hit his level 6 mark, it's going to be impossible to lock him down this early on with the level 3 that he has in that Fiery Shield.
This one still belongs to me.
Yukio. Needs to be careful. Lloyd is going to get stunned by that bushwhack, but Saime doesn't really want to go in. Mid lane, though, turns out they had enough. Ember Spirit had not hit his level 6, and Clove will come up with a play there, taking down the Ember. A return kill going the way of Roar Gaming.
Dire's structures.
And with that, I mean, they should be well on their way to actually consistently do better.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Wages of fear.
Careful what you claim.
Yukio. Again, 35 CS, not exactly the highest for the Tiny.
Dire are scanning.
Double S. With the Skywrath, or rather, sorry, with the Slardar. Again, not too many kills for the Slardar. Maybe the plan is just to be able to farm up to that Blink Dagger, but I would imagine that giving the Life Shooter a good timing on his Radiance was not going to be the best of ideas. At the same time, Bushwhack Ahiyad misses it,
Radiant's middle
and
tower
so
is under
Bisk
attack.
will not be able to come up with any kind of a follow-up. As they realize that the Bane isn't there on that top lane, right? They're playing it safe, playing it conservative, but Yukio finally shows up in the lane. Saime wants to make quick work of these creeps, but I do believe Bisk was spotted out. So Yukio will also be able to take out all of these creeps inside of his tower. Saime going in for a wraparound. He might spot out Lloyd, who is inside of the trees. But they don't actually find him. Ooh, now they do. But Saime had already walked back. They'll cancel Yukio's clarity. Still a bit of poke and a bit of fraud. That's about it. Shield Rune is going to be picked up by Clove, as Salamat is going to be able to remnant out. Is he going to survive though? Shadow Poison does not land. And the Ember Spirit will just teleport back. At the same time, towards that bot lane, Lloyd is going to eat that hammer. But Butterfly Effect is going to come in with an X mark and a ghost ship. And Saime is going to try and escape. Actually finds the exit. He'll just make it out. One of the more innovative plays with that Solar Guardian. And at the end of the day, if you find a kill, it's completely worth it to be able to use it as an escape mechanism, as an escape tool. And you also forced out the ghost ship, which didn't actually result in a kill for Roar. Lloyd. Frost Shield is not going to help him there.
Middle tower is under attack.
He is going to fall.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 1 tower. An attempted defense coming in, but the tower has taken in quite a bit of damage, and eventually it will go down. I mean, that's true for most towers in the game. But the Ember Spirit going to go forward. Butterfly effect will absorb that sharpshooter coming in, and the Ember will go back. At the same time, Saimei is applying a lot of pressure on this tier 1 tower, and it should actually fall. Lloyd will protect it temporarily with that Frost Shield, but these towers around the map, they are pretty low.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And eventually it goes down. Saimei able to pick up the first tower of the game, as the top lane towers are reasonably healthy. But Saimei could always group up with his team to go for this top lane tower. All the meanwhile, Dreamocell is farming away with the Lifestealer. Lloyd.
Are scanning. Dire's top tower is
Or
under
rather,
attack.
Yukio, able to just walk away. Saw everyone coming in. It is daytime, and now it's Double S who also goes in, has that Fling Dagger at that 12-minute mark, and it's going to be the Bane to fall first, as well as Ayed, who will also go down. 5 heroes from Roar in this position, ready to punish. And they'll even be able to take the mid lane tower down. The creeps took it out. So they find a tower, they find 2 quick kills, and immediately they'll go for a Smoke of Deceit play. Mid lane, they are eyeing down the Ember Spirit. Torrent is going to be there alongside that Frost Gaze, but the Solar Guardian kicks in. The Chain Frost, though, took out the Ember. And it's going to be another crush coming in on towards Saimei. He's going to be brought back by that X mark. He'll try to use that Starbreaker, but in the end, he too will go down. And it looks like they're not done. They want to make a play towards that Hoodwink, who will be able to walk away. But in the past minute or so, Roar have found 2 kills on the supports and 2 kills on these 2 cores. Only the Lifestealer is able to continually find his farm. When we take a look at that net worth, it's 7,000 net worth up for Butterfly effect, 6,000 for the Dawnbreaker, and around the same for the Lifestealer. The cores are doing okay, but it's concerning how Salamat is behind on the Ember. He does have the Spirit Vessel and should be able to flash farm with that Flame Guard, particularly if his supports keep building up these stacks for him.
Double damage empowers me.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Never refuse good given.
Ghost Ship is not going to be sent out. It's going to be a great Queen's Grip coming in from that backline. Catches Double as the trade will possibly be the Ember, but no, he finds the Remnant away. Carstensz outplaying the other side. There's going to be a ghost ship though that you have to worry about, but Rage is available by Dreamocell. He will be able to walk away. Carstensz down but not out, and are able to make it out with 3 of their heroes at about like what, 200 HP barely on most of them.
Top tower is under attack.
And they played that without the Solar Guardian. Now the thing is, Roar will still be able to acquire the tier 1 tower, and there's not going to be too big of a response coming in by Carstensz because of how low they actually are.
Are scanning.
And they only lost 1 hero for that. Sure, it was a core, but a core for a tower, I would say that is an even exchange. Probably better for Roar, in fact, because they can then now transition into even more tempo. For the moment, Double S farming up for his BKB. Wants to get to his shard as well.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
No path but through. A tool to teach.
Taime is going to get hit by the Demonic Purge. Nightmare is available from Bisk, but he'll use it on a Tiny instead. Crush comes in from Double S towards that backline. Is the Bane caught in by that Ghost Ship and will actually fall first. Now the Solar Guardian response comes in, but the Chain Frost gets sent out by the Lich. It doesn't actually catch much. Lloyd will be the casualty in response. It's a 1-for-1. Might actually result in more, as Double S has been caught on the side, is being chased by the Ember Spirit's Remnant, and Double S really doesn't have too much room to move. The hammer though misses, but the Sleight of Fist won't. They'll be able to pick up yet another kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yukio teleports back to the base. The Bane is going to be brought in. Frost Shield is going to come out. But the Bane actually survives for a little while longer. They'll actually ignore him completely. What are they targeting right now? Chasing after a ghost.
Is under attack.
Probably was the Ember, but he has that escape. And at the end of the day, they're unable to actually find the kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bane chasing after Clove around that 20-minute mark. Tormentor is going to spawn as well, so they can potentially transition this into a Tormentor if they want to. But response could come in. Roar Gaming are making their play through the gate, and no one is there. There's no observer ward either, but the Watcher has been converted. However, S has already started the fight. Yukio is going to come in with a 2-man avalanche. Solar Guardian, though, is going to disable that fight. But Butterfly Effect has that BKB. He is going to be able to fight back alongside that Chain Frost. It takes out Saimei. Bane is now down, but Dreamosel is able to dish out the damage against the Tiny. Butterfly Effect BKB has worn off, and against the Spirit Vessel, he cannot hold his ground. Once more, Dreamosel, the difference maker for Carstensz. As the Lich Lloyd is able to find a sneaky position to teleport back with, but it will be, to his disappointment, just as the result will be 2 cores dead, with nothing to really show for it. A Dawnbreaker dying is not that big of a deal as long as your carry is able to do most of the heavy lifting. Has an armlet, has that radiance. S. He'll go in with a crush, but a bit preemptive. However, there's no remnant available. He may have the use, but needs to buy some space. No, Demonic Purge is going to come in, and they will be able to close that gap. But S, he's looking for the blink. Finds it. They'll be able to take the Ember down. 9 for 9, not exactly huge on as far as the kill feed is concerned. But Saimei, he's waiting. Observer Ward will be taken down, but it's S who will come in. Solar Guardian is going to be disabled by Lloyd. The Sinister Gaze cancelling that one, and Saimei is going to fall. 3 heroes dead. Dreamosel will just teleport away, with the Tormentor is completely open for Roar. 11 to 9 on that kill feed, and they will be able to take this Tormentor down very fast with that Corrosive Haze. It just falls within a few seconds.
Dire are scanning.
Yukio doesn't know that the Hoodwink is instead of the invisibility. If he breaks his Invis here or Shadow Blade here, he's going to get rooted. Bushwhacker's going to come in. Dreamosel has that rage available, and the Tiny is broken. Supports are going to come in, but Lloyd can't do anything about this. In fact, Lloyd will lose his life as well. Throws out his Chain Frost, but the Flame Guard is going to absorb the majority of those bounces. Constant back and forth in this game, but I think that Carstensz are coming out much more ahead. You know, Dreamosel is the one hero that cannot be taken down. He's 3-0 and 4, is going for that Manta style, so eventually he'll be even able to break apart that Corrosive Haze. And then what do? You can even dodge the Ghost Ship. Well, at least the damage from the Ghost Ship and the stun.
Are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
S. He's gonna go in, but the Ember, he is going to go out.
fortune.
Radiant are scanning.
Salamat is going to remnant forward, and the life stealer is going to break away from that infest. Fiend's grip on butterfly effect, so his BKB does not matter, and this game is slowly, or rather not even that slowly, but it is going massively in favor of Carstensz's side right now. There is no response to that life stealer. Every single time he shows up, someone just dies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Even Clove is going to go down. Own its call coming out, so 5 kills back to back in a row. No way to defend your tier 2 position either. Double S doesn't have the kind of impact that he needs. He's had this Blink Dagger at that 12-minute mark, by the way. So it's been 13 minutes. It'll be 14 to 15 minutes by the time he gets his next item, which will be the BKB. And sure, when you have the BKB, you can fight.
Tower has fallen.
But again, against a Bean, it's... As soon as your BKB runs out, you just... You can't do much.
Yes. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tiny Yukio unfortunately got out around the map. Broken by that sharpshooter is going to go down. Not much you can do about that. Clove. Actually, now they have the hits on the life stealer. He doesn't, or rather, he's pretty much safe. Oh, is he now? Mantis are activated. He's able to get the infest at the nick of time. Rage also coming out, but he will fall. They've finally done it. But can they actually hold everyone else back is the big question. Double S being chased down now by the Ember Spirit. One side of fish will be enough. He will go down. Meanwhile, towards the side, they lost Butterfly Effect. So they do finally take down the big bad lifestealer, but at what cost? They lost 4 entire heroes and their positions. Make it 3 heroes, in fact. It's 2 cores and a support in exchange for the lifestealer, and even then, the lifestealer dished out 5,000 damage. The whole damage that they applied in that entire team fight, that's what the lifestealer did in return. That's only going to increase. Once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, taking him down isn't going to be so easy, as Yukio once again got out around the map. He does have the Lich nearby. Lloyd will be able to protect his Tiny. Desperately needs the BKB right now. As Clove is going to fall to that hammer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan, the first one of the game to go the way of Carstensz. They'll have the Aegis now for Dreamocell. A pause will come out from their side. And the Shadow Demon will reconnect into the game. Go call will be sounded out. A 7,000 lead up right now for Carstens's side. Sure, their Ember Spirit doesn't have too much net worth, but has that Bloodstone, has a lot of survivability. Once he gets to that Shiva's Guard, suddenly playing with 3 melee cores, Roar are going to be severely disabled against that. Not to mention the Life Stealer, or rather, it's actually a Dawnbreaker who is at the very top of the net worth chart. Butterfly effect. This time around, he's going to be the one to get caught, stunned down with that Fiend's Grip disabled as well. Has nowhere to really go. This is the power of the Bane.
That kind of thing.
Every single time you are caught around the map, you are simply going to fall.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower is also going to be taken down.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
As all 3 tier 2s have fallen, it's a 10,000 net worth advantage staring against them. And even though they have the Demonic Purge at 2 charges, they might be able to find the Ember Spirit. He does get caught. Solar Guardian heal is going to be enough, and he finds the Remnant out. Infest to heal him back up, as Roar have been unable to find the kill. And now, Saime is inside of the base. He too is broken by that Demonic Purge. Might not be the one to be able to escape. Yukio goes in with the Avalanche, as they might have a good chase on their hands. They take down Bisk as well. A good bushwhack coming in. Does the Life Stealer want to go back in? Turns out he does. Uses the Infest on Double S. Will be able to heal himself back up to full HP. Takes out the Slardar. Now goes to work on Yukio. Rather, it's going to be on Clove to get hit by the bushwhack and immediately die. Orchid does not matter on that Life Stealer for the moment. I mean, he has that Manta style, so what really is the Orchid going to do?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it turns out that outside of the one time they were able to take out Dream Assault, they haven't been able to do anything to him. Again, he has 2 minutes of that Aegis. Will just be able to infest, heal himself back up to essentially full HP. And just come back in. Lloyd needs to be careful. Has that Glimmer Cave, so at the very least he has some basic protection. Yukio though, what is he doing on that backline? Fiend's Grip is going to be there. Roar Gaming need to protect their carry. May not be able to do so as Yukio goes down for about 70 seconds without a buyback. Ember Spirit is going to go in forward alongside that Solar Guardian. Life Stealer not coming out quite just yet. He will do so if they decide to go in for him. As the silence comes out on towards the Ember Spirit, but he has that use. Now the Life Stealer comes out of play against Clove. Will be able to take him out. Dreamosol walking back. It's again Saime who gets caught on that backline. A near perfect game for the Dawnbreaker, but some mistakes towards the end. Dreamosol sees the Lich. Will be able to take him down with 3 simple hits. Roar Gaming, they don't have their Tiny for about 20 seconds. Even when he comes back, there's still the Aegis to contend with. And for Carstensz, they ought to focus on these objectives. There's no Lich, so this is prime time to actually go for the barracks. And with the Rage, they should be able to find it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Thank you, you precious weak
Go, my master.
The rune of regeneration.
Are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Lich is gonna get spotted out as he tried to find the D-ward. Immediately gets picked up by the lifestealer.
Again?
Down for about 50 seconds. Has a buyback available though, so he could come back into the game. Yukio's smoke is going to break, though he does have that Shadow Blade. And now the lifestealer goes back in. This time around, he doesn't actually have the Aegis, so does need to be a little bit careful. At the same time, Lloyd is going to use that buyback as a backline attempt by Yukio once more is enough to take out the Hoodwink, who immediately buys back. They want to take out the Pain as well, and they will be able to find him, but they've lost their carry. Lloyd is going to fall as well, and Double S will not be able to make it on the other side of the gate. In fact, he's stuck in between of it. 3 heroes have gone down. And GG will be called by Roar as they lose game number 3. Carstensz, despite being demolished in game number 1, will be able to mount up a monumental comeback in game 2. And for this game number 3, they never really looked that far behind. The lifestealer Dreamocell, the MVP of this game, able to consistently find his farm and able to outright carry his team on his back. He died the one time, but that was just about it. Of course, guys, we still have one more series lined up for you. It is, I will actually take a look who it's going to be between. I do believe it is Shark Squad actually playing against Velocity Viking once more. So Velocity Vikings, who played against Pandava Lima, are going to be back. Let's see if Shark Squad will be able to hold off Velocity Vikings, as Pota 2 certainly looks in form. And Velocity Vikings are a team that can match the kind of tempo that Roar Gaming play with. So I would expect Velocity Vikings are the favorites in that series, but Shark Squad have pulled up some big upsets this tournament as well, being able to beat down Satan 666, able to beat Pandava Lima. Sure, they lost to D Family, but they were able to push them to a game number 3-2. At the end, we can only find out once the game actually happens. We will be back for that game, though, that series, right after a short break, guys. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned.